Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, day 27 on the racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, Stanley Chady Jr. was. It was his day yesterday, as he had 4 winners on the card to add to the 2 winners. He got the early daily double on Monday, so he has 6 already this week. Jorge Carreno did have 1 win, but you see Stanley Chady Jr. is creeping up on him and now is within at least striking distance. 14 behind him. Jerry Gorno also had a winner on the trainer's side, putting him at 31. Still 13 up on Jared Brown and 16 up on Wendy Anderson. Stretch, you were holding a hot pen yesterday. 6 out of your 7 wagers cashed, yet the Twitter feed blew up with my name. What's going on?
Well, that's okay. That's fine. We talked about that last race, and we were both on the 6. I give a win bet on the 6, pays $12. I get nothing, but that's okay. It's all about you, Kirt. That's why you're listed first. Question is, was that the first four race wins by a jockey this year?
Yes, I think it is.
That's what I thought. There was a couple 3s, but yeah, 4. Excellent. It was great riding, and that's what I thought. I thought the track played, horses were coming from all over the place. Some went gate to wire, some came off the pace, up the rail, outside. Very fair. I got the track is a little faster than the previous week.
Definitely.
So take note of that. Today's track is going to be a little bit different. I know you were looking out at the track. What did you see on the track surface today?
Oh, it looks absolutely great. We had training on it this morning, but they did close it and seal it up at 9:30 before the rains came. So I looked out there. It looks absolutely dynamite, and I think it'll be as fast as it was last night.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Yeah, I think you guys have saved the best card for the last for Wednesday. There's some great high-level competition today. Looking forward to it. Throw in our second 2-year-old race. Little bit of everything. I'm looking forward to today's card for sure.
Yeah, myself too. And you got quite the bankroll from yesterday. You were knocking lights out. All I did was come in the 9th inning and hit the home run after having 6 strikeouts before that. But at least I got on the board. I got the get-out race in the end to put me in the win column. But let's do it again, Stretch. Let's keep your ball rolling. And we're going to kick it off with a $5,000 claimer. For Fillies Mares, 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go the 1-mile distance. Stretch, who do you like in the opener?
All right, a good way to kick off the card. It's a horse that I do like quite a bit in here. We're on the same page. The 2 horse here, I think the horse is controlling speed. Last time got caught in a big duel. I don't see the same thing happening. A few times this week and even last, the horse has been in big duels and then come back and win, including yesterday, the last race. That's why we like the horse so much. I see the same thing. The horse is in the right spot, does like the track here and the distance. Gate to wire for that horse, top selection there. And then after that, I'm kind of searching. We've kind of got the same picks. I think the 4 should just be sitting back in the weeds and waiting to close late. If there is no duel, he's only running for second. And then my 3rd pick, which is almost my 2nd pick, is the horse that's possibly going to chase the 2 around the track. If they don't duel and they kind of just, like I said, just chase around, even pace, dawdling, I've heard the term used a few times, then it could come 2-5-4. But I'll leave it thinking that the 4 will make that late close and just nip the 5 for second. So I'll go 2-4-5.
Yeah, I'm with you on Commando Comet. Dueled with the stablemate last time out. Look at those fractions, 24-1, 48-3, and it got beat by a hot closer in West Princess, who won its previous start. So Commando Comet ran an absolute gutsy effort there with less fractions and controlling speed. I think Commando Comet is the winner also. Number 5, She's a Pontiac, my 2nd choice. I thought this horse would go after Felony 1 last time out. Neville Stevenson came out of the gate and he had no intentions about going to the front. but I think he might go for a little positioning to get closer. And I really like the way this horse finished. Yes, it was 4th beaten 5, but they pretty well ran around the racetrack together. And I like Anwara for 3rd. That's pretty well the bounce, but I think She's a Pontiac will run better, sitting a little bit closer to the pace. And that's why I went 2, 5, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, an allowance race. 4 2-year-old maidens are going to go the 5 furlong distance. Stretch, what do you got?
All right, we've got 5 girls, 1 boy. If anything, I've noticed that the fillies are usually a little bit better early on. It's irrelevant at this time, boys versus girls. Like I said, maybe if anything, the fillies beat the boys early on. We've got the first race of 2-year-olds this year. It was the Manitoba breds that hung it on everybody. And here we've got 4 of 6 Manitoba breds, but I think this time it's going to potentially be a New York bred that can win it. Last time I've talked about just angles I used. This horse Steady Works, first start trainer, and that's what the 3 has. Why not? I've got Shady up. Why wouldn't I just ride his hot hand? He helped me make some money yesterday. Let's stick with him.
He got the early daily double the last 2 days.
There you go. Yeah, so why not complete it? Can he get the double today? Yes, no, not on my selection anyway.
Oh, well.
Anyway, the second choice I went with the 2 with Devin Gittins has 2 in here. He went with Santino, who I do like, and maybe that's his go-to rider. And then I do like the 4 as well. One of the better works on the page, 8-1 morning line. For me, it's a bit of a guess. Kirt's got a lot of great stats, so I'll leave it at 3-2-4. I'm waiting to hear all your info there, Kirt.
All right, here comes the info. Let's start with number 1, San Clara. Will debut on Lasix. This is a horse out of Kentucky Barra, Dominic Currency. This horse has 2 siblings, and one of them is a half, is My Trudy. Who is that? Well, that's a horse that did win yesterday and has put 2 wins in a row after dropping from the maiden allowance level. So it's in a pretty good spot there with having a sibling that has won and now won twice. This horse was down in Lone Star, so that could be a really big advantage. Henry Witt did buy this horse, and it's been down training down south. So Henry does have a farm. So I'm thinking this horse just might have a pretty good bottom in it. Number 2, Big Deal Lucille. This is the only foal out of Vengeful Wildcat. Vengeful Wildcat is becoming a really hot sire these last few years, throwing some real good runners. Hurry On By wasn't the best horse around, but did have a little bit of early speed, but is an only foal with average workouts. Number 3, Diamond Digger. This is a very interesting one. Violence, the horse that is the sire, won 3 out of 4 starts, and one going 7 furlongs first outing, and then after that went to Aqueduct, won a 200 grander, then won a 750 grander, and last time out ran second as a 60-cent favorite, and that was going 1 mile and a 16th. The mom was a route mare, so it's kind of route on both sides, but really good ones. Has a half brother that was a 50,000 claimer that's been claimed at Keeneland a few times, and has a half sister who's still a maiden. Number 4, Mean Money. 9 siblings out of Vengeful Wildcat, Siphon Vice. The biggest credentialed one is Andale, as this is a full to Andale. That horse only started 3 times. 1 easy first time out as a 2-year-old, then was stakes placed in its next 2 starts, had a limited career. Number 5, Notable Nora. Conquest Curlinate was a route horse, made $3 million. An unstarted mare, note to self. There is 11 siblings, all of them running in Ontario. A couple of them are doing really well, but mostly about the average type and sprinters. And then the outside horse Favorite, who first time out reared and lost the rider. The sire Mastery is undefeated in 4 starts, and this horse won at 6 furlongs, winning easily by 4. Went into 100 grand grade 3, won that easy. Went into the grade 1, won that by 7, and then went into a grade 2 and won that by almost 7 lengths. 6 furlongs all the way to 1 mile and a 16th. And this sire did have 1 horse to come back and run, and ran really well and got the job done at first asking. The other one not so much. but the mom only ran once, so very limited. That's all the information I got in here. But after all of that, I'm going to take San Clara, who I think has the biggest bottom of training in it over the winter, with the 4 Mean Money, because I love Andale, and the 3 Diamond Digger, who has a pretty good family, and a 50K claimer at Keeneland would look pretty good in here. So I'm 1-4-3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering for this $5,000 claimer. 4 3 and up maidens. They're going to go the mile distance. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, great info there, Kurt. We've got 1 girl, the rest boys in this one. I'm going to go to the maiden special weight dropper, the number 2. 2 back, this horse can handle the distance, and that if runs that race, watch out, there shouldn't be a contest. I am a little bit worried that last race was quite poor. It makes sense on the drop. It was such a poor effort. It worries me a little bit in there. I'm still going to put that horse on top, but guard carefully. Will not be a key in my pick 5. The next one is the 5, and there's a couple of sneaky good efforts here at the maiden 5. Usually you wouldn't take too many 5s if they've been there for a while, but these are pretty good figures in here. I think the horse will and can handle the distance, so that's my second pick with a possible upset. And then the third one, the Kirt's top selection, I'll just briefly mention, and he's got the same angle, maiden special weight dropper, and the equipment change, so I'm going to go 2-5-3.
Yeah, I'm with you on the same 3 horses, but I took a shot on number 3, T-Class. Last year, this horse ran some good races, ran second in a stake, even though it was at Lethbridge. Came back in a $25,000 maiden race, 3rd beaten 7, had a little bit of a trouble trip there. Started out the year in the Proven Reserve, ran against City Champ and Euro Silver Biz, was way outmatched there as a maiden. So it got beat by 25. I'm throwing that one out. Then came back 4th beaten 10 to 2 really nice ones. Red Astaire, Major Shepherd, Devil's Time just beat it for 3rd. So that wasn't a bad race. Last one, not as good. First time going around 2 turns, but you touched on it. Blinkers off today. This horse ran so much better last year without the blinkers. Look who the rider was last year, Neville Stevenson, who jumps back aboard today. Maybe he knows the little key to the horse. You're looking for a long shot. Definitely the 3 can be it. I also like the 2, Nothing But a Blur, and Mr. Fallon to round out my top 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. It's the escape clause for older fillies and mares going the mile distance. Stretch, what a great race this should be.
It is a great race. The whole last 4 races are great high-level competition. I like that we've added a few more horses into the race. It creates that much more interesting. Yeah, we know who the horse that they've got to knock off, and we've got that's how it's going to be done. Maybe Jerry, one of his 3, can do that. We know that the 1 horse is going to the lead, so that's got to be the way he's going to go with it. So we know Miss Imperial will have to decide, press, take over, or just sit off. I liked how she did that last time, made that nice bold move, and showed why she is the champ, older mare here at ASD. We're going to have to depend, a bit of a cat and mouse. You've got, what do we got, Carino up on the 1?
Nope,
no,
Rafael
Zentino, yes, so I don't know why I got it. Anyway, so there's another top jock that understands pace of the race. So we go from there. Is the controlling speed. So it's how much Miss Imperial wants to sit back and decide to let the horse get comfortable. If has to go, then I'm going to go to the 6 as my kind of 3rd choice. Needs the duel to make it happen, has some class, and more importantly has the right running style to sit back if there is a duel. So I've got it 5-1-6. If the 1 gets loose, I'd switch my order, and there's my upset. It's kind of like what you've got there, Kirt.
You know I like speed horses, and that's who I am going to. Cypress Point duked it out every step of the way last time. Did all the dirty work, as I'd like to say, as DARPA and Miss Imperial watched it all. They pounced and went on by. I just don't see that happening today. I see Cypress Point going out and controlling early, and I think that pace will be slowed down. They went 24-1, 48 flat last time out. I see the fractions Still in the 24s, but high 24s, and maybe even 49 and change. And I think that makes it an absolute different ball game here. Miss Imperial, great sprinter. Going 7.5, I still think is her distance for sure. But now once you hit the mile and going a little bit farther, I think she is vulnerable. And then it goes down to when Stanley Chady does pull the trigger. He is holding a hot clock and a hot crop right now, as he has won 6 races over the last 2 days. But I'm just not going to take a short price on Miss Imperial, with Cypress Point being controlling speed. I also like DARPA and Dixie Mo. Both of them will be ralliers in here. So maybe if Miss Imperial makes the move early, those two go banging out. You might be looking for one of the other two to come charging at the end. I think it's going to be a great finish in the end in the escape clause. So I'm taking 1, 5, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Eagle Bind. That changes the pace scenario a bit. Stretch, who do you got?
It does change the pace scenario, and what another good race here. Competitive race. The scratch changed everything, so if you handicapped it before the scratch, you may want to re-handicap it, and that's why my top selection at a nice price. This horse has moved right up, and my top selection is the 7. I think the horse should get the lead, makes the slight needed drop, doesn't have the usual speed balls to deal with in here. I think I'm going to get a nice price around the 6-1 mark. Get some nice speed out there, controlling, shut it down a little bit. And even if it gets pressed a little, it's dealt with some world beaters here, including St. Louis Guy in there. The next one, I'm going to jump back aboard. I was impressed with the race, and that's the 6. The Mana Blues finally woke up. I was expecting this horse to wake up, and sure enough, he finally did. This horse was running big time last year, and now maybe they figured out the slight changes, or the horse is now interested in running. Solid value again, 15-1. I can't let this horse possibly go off at 15-1 because I know there's figures in there that the horse can go for. And then my last selection is the 1. Yesterday I kind of talked about a horse to go 4 in a row, and the horse didn't really fire. We've got another horse going to try to go for 4 wins in a row at a high level too. So this horse tries every time. Last time had to really kind of press a little bit more and was all out to get that victory. Look game into it. Does it have another repeat effort? Possibly, but that's why it's only my 3rd pick. So 7-6-1, Kurt.
Yeah, I think Major Munnings is the predominant speed in here. Hazim will offer a little bit to the race. But Major Munnings, this horse has run quarter horse races, going 870 and 1,000 yards, and won them. So this thing is a rocket. My question mark, the 6 furlong distance, yes, it will be loose, but I think the track will have to play to speed to carry it a little bit more. It is taking the drop, but it just hasn't showed me that 6 furlongs is what Major Munnings wants. So in saying that, I got to go to some closers in here. I went back to number 8, Silver Spun. Last time out, ran a little bit of a flat race, was on the inside trying to rally and just couldn't really get there. It made a move and ended up losing by a length to Marquis Well and Hazim. Now draws post position number 7 with that scratch. But if you watch, Silver Spun's best races are rallying on the outside. So this horse will be forced on the overland trip. Last time out had 3 5/8 workouts before that race. I think that might have knocked him out a little. And he came back and raced. Now he only has 1 5/8 for keep the fitness going. I think Silver Spun, with that outside draw, speed to run at, is going to run a big one today. So that's why I like him as a big rallier. You got to like number 1, Marquis Well, 3 in a row, done absolutely no wrong. Jorge Carreno knows when to pull the trigger on this horse, so he'll make his presence felt. And I think that Major Munnings will be one that'll stick around for a piece. And also take a look at number 3, Doc's Class Act. This horse seems to fit into this race on numbers. 2 outs ago, yes, it only won for $4,000, but it has a great running style for this race. But I'm going to stick with 8, 1, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, another allowance optional $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 1 mile stretch. What do you have in here?
All right, we started with 6. We go to the mile, and
Oh, you went to my horse.
I could have guessed. You know, I looked at this and I said, I know I'm going to take the 4. Kurt's going to take his 4. He always takes the 4. The horse ran big last time.
I always take it when I think he's going to get loose.
That's fair. That is more than fair. You got it last year at a big price. Almost got it this year, and
just missed.
But you lost to the Gooch.
Yeah,
and so the Gooch, my Gooch got up there.
Yeah,
so
I got Gooched.
You got Gooched. Huge effort last time. There's less speed to deal with in here. When this horse gets loose or even gets a little pressure, watch out. You give this horse any kind of loose lead, race over. So similar effort to last time, I think makes this horse the winner. And then I've got to go to this hard trying horse, and that's the 2. Great horse to have and own. This horse gives the effort every time. Was just a little outclassed last time. Should get the stalking trip. The figures say the horse can win. It's a tough spot. They probably need somebody to go after the 4 to set it up for the 2. If the 2 presses, the 2 is actually going to probably have to put Langaro away, and then hang on from the other closers. And so that's why I've gone to the 8 as my 3rd selection. I'm going to say the horse needed one last time. We know the horse is going to sit back. If there's a meltdown up front, horse can certainly win. Does need to improve on the figures. A similar effort, horse cannot beat the top 2. So I'll have the same as Kirt, 4-2-8.
Yeah, not much to add. Langara, the speed of the race. Yes, Percibility and McKeag do offer speed, and they could go after Langara, but if either of them do, don't expect any of them to finish anywhere, because Langara will keep trying to get that front end. Percibility and Langara, they did hook up in the Phil Kivas last year. It was a 3-horse race. The lesser horse of the race, they thought, was McKeag. And what did McKeag do? He sat back, watched the action, watched him sizzle on the front end, and he just coasted on by as they were tiring from that duel. And Jorge Carreno, that's just not his style, I think, going and banging it on the front end, riding a horse every step of the way. So I think he's going to be the stalker, and they're going to run around the track. Carlos Sixes comes out of an insanely tough spot against St. Louis Guy, Plentiful, and Real Grace. This is a huge drop in class down to this first level allowance. So I'm with Stretch. I got the 3 of them, 4, 2, and 8. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a maiden allowance race. 4 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 6 furlongs. Jackpot high 5 time. Stretch, a monster favorite going to be in here.
It is going to be a monster favorite. Huge races, huge figures. It's both of our top pick. The horse, if the horse can run back, and that last race didn't take too much out, race is over. If the horse regresses a little, maybe the horse is a little bit vulnerable. That first race at ASD came off the pace, next time went to the lead. Very good race, almost won it. We liked the horse last time, now we're into a maiden race. The horse I'm going to go with second, which I think has a small chance to upset the 1, because I think this horse is going to improve. Had a great first race, overcame a couple trouble spots, multiple spots in the race at the start, top of the stretch. The jockey had to kind of steer, get the horse out, and kept coming. Yes, the figures are a little bit low, but take note how yesterday Snickers improved after that effort and almost beat the 1-horse.
Impressive Sense.
Thank you. Closing at the end. If Impressive Sense doesn't get that dream trip, Snickers probably wins the race. And his figures improved. I think the same thing is going to happen. This horse actually had a little bit more trouble. And then my 3rd horse is Kirt second. Perfect horse to set it up for the try. Kurt's on a roll and hitting some trifectas, so that's why he's got the price in there, but I'll let you tell him about it. 1-4-6.
Yeah, Major Shepherd, this horse wins. Plain and simple. 2 outs ago, got left in the gate. Came absolutely flying against Red Astaire, who came back to win the allowance non-2 life condition. Then goes into the Derby trial, runs absolutely lights out, only loses by 3/4 of a length. Now goes against a bunch of maidens in here, and it's not a real strong maiden field. Major Shepherd, probably 1-5 in the end, but deservedly so. Not a doctor, I'm with Stretch. Troubled trip last time out. Mr. Snickers out of the gate came over, got him early, he lost position, battled his way back, snaking up the rail, and showed good run for a first-time starter, and was able to take that dirt in the face and the adversity that was against him. But also Devil's Time broke a little bit slow in the race and made up ground and was finishing really well on the outside, running fourth behind Not a Doctor and XI Kid, who are both in here. I really like the way Devil's Time runs, and if he would have broke a little sharper out of the gate, would have had a better position, as Not a Doctor was. I like both of them in there, but I'm going for the price. Devil's Time, you're always going to get a price on a Manitoba bred, and I guess XI Kid will round out my top 4. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race car to racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just an overweight, which is on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, number 1, San Clara will run on first-time Lasix. Once again, race number 2, number 1, San Clara will run on first-time Lasix. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, a couple overweights, and that Jackpot Pick 5 carryover already at $250,000, and it could reach almost $300,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. It's our featured race, the 36th running of the Escape Clause for older fillies and mares, tackling the mile. And again, just overweights, and they're on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5, kicking off late Pick 3 wagering, our lone scratch on the card, scratch number 4, Eagle Bine. That's race number 5, scratch the 4, Eagle Bine. Now turning your programs to race number 6, kicking off late double wagering, there are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 7, it'll be Jackpot High 5 time, just some overweights. That Jackpot High 5 carryover reaching just under $60,000. Well, it's another beautiful day here for racing. We have mean clouds again. Don't those look mean to you, Stretch? Well, it doesn't look that mean to me outside.
And what are those little clouds? Like there's a top on the right-hand corner. Is that part of the cloud? Is it an ear? It's like, what is it?
I think that's some cloud buddies. Well, there's some cloud buddies today. The temperature, 25 degrees Celsius or 77 degrees Fahrenheit. The track listed as fast. Fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race car to racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 15 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're going to kick off the Wednesday card of racing with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 1 mile distance. Stretch, what do you got?
Well, good race to kick it off, partially because I do like a horse quite a bit in here, and that is the 2. I liked this horse last time and fortunately got in a heated pace battle, and that cost him to your usual horse that just wins whenever you select it. West Princess didn't pay as much as it did the first time you selected it. Horse ran game, got tired late. Carino's back up. Third start off Vallejo. I should do the stats with Jared Brown. I think it's high up there on the amount that the horse.
Totally agree with you there.
It improves. Just right off the bat, Kate Princess just got even better that she didn't think she could, and she did. So I'm thinking similar effort. Throws in a nice little maintenance work because the horse has been off almost a month. And right to the lead. Horse is in the right spot. Has won at the distance 4 times already. I can't go past that. We've got it reversed 4 and 5. I decided to go to the 4 as my second choice, simply because Zentino's going to recognize that the 5 has a little bit more speed. Anwar, that's the one. The 4 horse is going to sit off. There's no chance this horse is going anywhere near the lead. Zentino's smart to not sit too far back and try to pick up the pieces late on the 5 for second. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I did. Commando Comment, Quietly Quick sacrificed against Commando Comment last time out, and they just plain and simply went way too fast. I could see Videra maybe showing speed, or the 5, She's a Pontiac. But when they go a mile, it's different race altogether than 7.5 and 7, where that turn comes up so quick. Now when they go a mile, they got a long run to that first turn, so they don't want to be gunning every step of the way. You'll see riders get out there, and usually they put the brakes on as they come in front of the grandstand, try and slow it down for that middle fraction, and then they pick it up at about the 3/8 pole. So I think Commando Comment is the controlling speed in here. Number 5, She's a Pontiac, I thought would show speed last time out against Felony 1, the eventual wire-to-wire winner. But Neville Stevenson broke great out of the gate. He broke on top, but then he just took hold and sat there, and because the speed was controlled, ended up running 4th. I think She's a Pontiac shows a little more speed, so that's why she's my top 2 play. And Anwara, 9 for 10 in the money. How can you go against it? So I'm 2, 5, and 4. Let's take a peek at what we're betting here in race number 1. Stretch, we're going to start it off with you.
Yeah, I'm going to do the pick 3. I didn't know what price I was going to get on the 2. We'll see. I like your bet, obviously. The 2-year-olds are in the second race. You gave me so many stats, it confused me, so I hit the all. And then I'm taking the maiden special weight dropper. A rare $4 pick 3 for me, but it's only $24.
And myself, I'm just going straight to the win because I don't see that cutthroat speed duel. I see Commando Comment with Jorge Carreno controlling, so I went 30 to win. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 1 mile for $12,000. Number 1 is Don't Get Smart, owned by Roy Feedy, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Commando Comment, owned and trained by Jared Brown, Jorge Carreno aboard. Number 3 is Videra, owned by Doug, Judy, and Carmen Mustard, and Heather Todorek, trained by Doug Mustard with Sheldon Chickeness. The 4 is Anwara, owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno, with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 5 is She's a Pontiac, owned by Just for Kicks stable, trained by Sean Morin with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 6, Button Mushroom, owned by Cranky Acres stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Post time for race number 1, 7 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, kicking off Wednesday's card with a mile. We got 6 horses. We've got 1 speed horse. When there's 1 speed horse, that's the horse I usually select, and that's the 2 horse. This horse went too fast last time. I don't see a lot of other speed. Carino's just so smart on recognizing the pace of the race. I'm hoping he does the same this time. The horse is 1 at the distance. If nobody goes after, I think that horse is the horse to beat and the race is over. 2 is my top selection. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you in here. There is a couple horses that could show speed. The 3, Videra, and number 5, She's a Pontiac. But with it going a mile, I think Commando Comet will jump out there. Jorge Carreno will put on the brakes and then be controlling from there. That's why I like him. But I like number 5, She's a Pontiac, to fill in the exactor. Didn't show any speed last time out, but she does have some. I could see her securing the inside behind Commando Comet. I'm looking for a 2-5 exactor here in race number 1. Don't get smart. The first one locked away in the gate. Next up, the even money choice, Commando Comet steps up. Videra. She's ready to take her place. Next up, Anwara. Two left to load. She's a Pontiac. And now just waiting on Butt Mushroom to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. Commando Comet acting up in the gate. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Commando Comet, but recovering nicely. And heading out to the early lead. Don't Get Smart on the inside to the outside. She's a Pontiac, wants a piece of the engine, and is giving Commando Comet grief early. Don't Get Smart back to third, racing as a pair, Videra and Anwara and Butt Mushroom all by herself, where she always is, about 8 off the lead. The opening quarter, a quick 24 seconds. Commando Comet now has that lead by a length. She's a Pontiac. Still a menace on the outside, settling back in third. Don't Get Smart, running very easy, moving up really well. And then 2 more back. That's going to be Videra and Wara, and still the trailer, Butt Mushroom. They slowed down the half mile, 25 and 3, second quarter, with the half at 49 and 3, and Commando Comet still running easy. With that lead by a length and a half, pulling the trigger, and Wara with Rafael Zentino Jr. These two are starting to widen on the field. Back to third, she's a Pontiac, and then it's Don't Get Smart, Videra, and Butt Mushroom. They hit the head of the lane. Commando Comet fighting back on the inside, and Wara not giving up. They're just coming up to the 16th pole. Commando Comet still with more to offer, and Wara and Don't Get Smart absolutely flying. Commando Comet is going to hang on. Very close for second. Looked like Anwar on the outside just beat Don't Get Smart. And for fourth, she's a Pontiac. Stewart's supposed to number 2, Commando Comet. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds, the half 49 and 3, 6 furlongs 115 and 3, time for the mile 144 and 1. Results of the photo show number 4, Anwara, finishing second. Third goes to number 1, Don't Get Smart. And fourth to number 5, She's a Pontiac. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 1, that's number 2, Commando Comet. Commando Comet is a bay mare, 7 years old, by council member, under the mare Cream by Summer Sham. Owned and trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the mile, 144 and 1. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Number 1, San Clara, will run on first time lay 6. Once again here in race number 2, number 1 San Clara will run on first time lay 6. Post time for race number 2, 19 minutes away. Commando Comet acting up in the gate. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Commando Comet, but recovering nicely. And heading out to the early lead. Don't Get Smart on the inside to the outside. She's a Pontiac, wants a piece of the engine, and is giving Commando Comet grief early. Don't Get Smart back to third. Racing as a pair, Videra and Anwara and Butt Mushroom all by herself, where she always is, about 8 off the lead. The opening quarter, a quick 24 seconds. Commando Comet now has that lead by a length. She's a Pontiac. Still a menace on the outside. Settling back in third, Don't Get Smart. Running very easy. Moving up really well. Then 2 more back. That's going to be Videra and Wara, and still the trailer, Button Mushroom. They slowed down the half mile, 25 and 3. Second quarter with the half at 49 and 3. And Commando Comet still running easy. With that lead by a length and a half, pulling the trigger. And Wara with Rafael Zentino Jr. These two are starting to widen on the field. Back to third, she's a Pontiac. And then it's Don't Get Smart, Videra and Butt Mushroom. They hit the head of the lane. Commando Comet fighting back on the inside. And Wara not giving up. They're just coming up to the 16th pole. Commando Comet still with more to offer. And Wara and Don't Get Smart absolutely flying. Commando Comet is going to hang on. Very close for second. Looked like Anwar on the outside. Just beat Don't Get Smart. And for fourth, she's a Pontiac. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 5, She's a Pontiac, claimed by Wendy Anderson and Daryl Pranica, trainer Wendy Anderson. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a maiden allowance race for 2-year-olds. They're going to go the 5 furlong distance stretch. We got a winner home in the first, and you're 2 for 2 in your pick 3.
Yeah, I'm 2 for 2 in the pick 3. And hopefully some people caught the exactor on there. We didn't give it out. I had 245, you had 254. We were all around it. Over
that exactor was huge.
Huge payout for
12 for $1.
Yeah, 12 for $1. All right. Next race, that's what everybody's looking for. You gave some great information on that race. It confused me. It was so good of information. That's why I took all in the pick 3. I'm going to start with the angles. I like your information and use it quite a bit. I am going to just go with the angles and let you talk about it on some of the key things. On workouts, trainers who like the horse get ready, some of the jockeys, if it's their go-to jockey or whichever. 3, I really like the workout pattern on the 3 very much. Nice steady works. They don't have to be lightning quick, but nice steady works every 7 or so days. Sets it up almost 7 days from the last workout. This is the only gelding in the field of fillies. Looks very good, big for already. That's my top selection. And then I went the 2 and the 4 just on a few little angles, but you've got far better information than I have on this race. Interesting 1 to 5 on a first-time starter's work.
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that. Maybe it's the boy against the girls angle, but what you alluded to and what I've always seen, fillies do mature earlier than the boys. Then the boys start catching up to them. But early on, it doesn't matter, boy against the girls in these 2-year-old races. And I kind of like them sometimes a little bit better. But obviously, they're thinking that the boy is going to crush the girls. And I don't see it that way. Let's take a look at number 1, San Clara. This horse has 2 siblings. This is one of 4 Manitoba breds. One of the siblings is My Trudy. We seen her run yesterday, and My Trudy has now won 2 races in a row out of 3 starts. So that looks good for San Clara, and this horse has been working down in Lone Star Park, doing the Texas thing at Henry Witt's farm and then moving over to Lone Star. I'm thinking this horse has a pretty good bottom in it, looking really good in the paddock, and this horse will run on Lasix today. The 2, Big Deal Lucille, not much to say on this horse. This is the only foal out of Hurry On By. Eventual Wildcat, a hot sire here in Manitoba, and that sire did produce the first winner of the first baby race, which was Banking on Betty. And so Big Deal Lucille, not much there. Diamond Digger, the big favorite on the board. Wow, the sire Violence won 3 out of 4 and won a grade 2, won a grade 1, then second in a grade 1. So has the sire can run, and that horse can go from 7 furlongs to a mile 16th. The mom was a route mare. Does have a half sister that's still a maiden, a half brother, a $50,000 route claimer at Keeneland. The 4 Mean Money has 9 siblings, but the one that stands out is a foal to Andale, who Andale had amazing gate speed. Only ran a few times, but did win at first asking. Notable Nora. The route from the father's side, the mum was unstarted. 11 siblings, most to race in Ontario at Woodbine. And then you go over to number 6, Favorite. This sire is unbelievable mastery. 4 for 4, winning from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and 1/16, graded company. The mother only ran once, but definitely throughout that first race that reared at the break and lost the rider. And after saying all that once again, what I'm going to do is take 3 horses in here. I'm going 1, 4, and 3 here in the baby race. Let's go to our bet stretch. You had all in your pick 3 that's still alive. You're going for a safety angle.
I am. So we make these bets before we see the odds. Don't know what's going on. There's so many unknowns, but I thought the 3 had enough angles for me that, yeah, and if you look at the pools, which I always do look at the pools to see if there's any holes in them, and there's a lot of win money on the 3, but not a lot of place money, so I'm actually liking the bet. I'm not going to get anything changed. That's sticking to it, 20 place 3.
Yeah, and myself, I'm boxing them up. What a good thing to do. Hopefully I get that 1-4 combo. A $3 exactor box, 1, 3, and 4. It'll cost you $18. Good luck with all your selections here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1 is San Clara, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 2 is Big Deal Lucille, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins, with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 3 is Diamond Digger, owned by the Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault, with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Mean Money, owned and trained by Devin Gittins, Shamari Muir aboard. The 5 is Notable Nora, owned by Larry Falloon and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Nyrone Austin. And number 6 is Favorite, owned by Shelley Brown, B&J Stable, Oslin Bell, and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Post time for race number 2, 5 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, 2-year-olds going 5 furlongs. We've got 5 first-time starters. You could almost call the 6th one also a first-time starter as it lost the rider. I like to play different angles. I don't know how the betting's going to come out. Lots of early money on the 3. That tells me this horse is a bit of a runner, or at least the connections think this horse can run. Many of the trainers and owners always like to have high hopes of their horse, but just looking at the betting pattern, 3 has the early money. That's going to be my top selection. Hard to bet the first-time starter at 3 to 5. But that is my top selection. Kirt?
Yeah, stretch 3 to 5, a little low to me. I do have the 1, 3, and 4 exactor boxed in here. But look at the 1 San Clara, 15 to 1 on the board. Had early training in Texas on Henry Witt's farm, and then went over to the Lone Star and got its gate works in and got ready to go. I think this horse might just have a ton of training in it, so I'm thinking it might be just ready to go. So 15 to 1, the biggest bargain. Good luck here in race 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report here in race number 2. Scratch number 2, Big Deal Lucille. That's a late scratch to report, and this is second race. Scratch number 2, Big Deal Lucille. For those of you who use number 2, Big Deal Lucille, and you are alive in the daily double, there will be a consolation payout. For those of you who use Big Deal Lucille in your early pick 3, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch here in the second race. Scratch number 2, Big Deal Lucille. time. Notable Nora will leave the babies into the starting gate. Next up on the inside, San Clara. Next up, the current 4-5 choice, Diamond Digger. Set to go in. Two left to load. Mean Money. Now just waiting on Favorite, who's on the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start and getting left quite badly. That's number 6, Favorite, spotting the field about 30 lengths. Straight to the front end, Mean Money. Shows some dynamite speed and opens up 3 on the field. Diamond Digger on the outside in second. A gap of 7 lengths back to San Clara. And Notable Nora, and then about another 7 to Favorite, the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23-1. On the inside, Mean Money. On the outside, Diamond Digger. These two battling it out, trying to make up ground in third. Notable Nora as they hit the head of the lane. Mean Money still digging in. On the outside, Diamond Digger, though, has the best stride going, and Diamond Digger is now coasting to victory and drawing off to win by about 7. Second's gonna go to Mean Money. Well, maybe not. He didn't get there. Notable Nora got up to win the nod. Mean Money in third, and fourth to Favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 2. The Stewarts are posted number 3, Diamond Digger, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show position. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 47-1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101 even. Results of the photos show number 5, Notable Nora, finished in second. Third goes to number 4, Mean Money, and fourth to number 6, Favorite. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. Stewart's inquiry into race number 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 2, that's number 3, Diamond Digger. Diamond Digger is a dark bay or brown gelding, 2 years old by Violence, out of the mare Prayer Bell by Paul Pitt. Owned by the Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden unofficial victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards are removing the inquiry sign off the board. 3, 5, 4, and 6 will become official. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. The only change there is in the Jackpot Pick 5 today. Turning your programs to race number 5, scratch number 4, Eagle Bind. That's race number 5, scratch the 4, Eagle Bind. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover already over $250,000. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering starts right here in race number 3. And they're off. Hopping at the start and getting left quite badly. That's number 6 Favorite, spotting the field about 30 lengths. Straight to the front end, Mean Money. Shows some dynamite speed and opens up 3 on the field. Diamond Digger on the outside in second. A gap of 7 lengths back to San Clara. And Notable Nora, and then about another 7 to Favorite, the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23-1. On the inside, Mean Money. On the outside, Diamond Digger. These two battling it out, trying to make up ground in third. Notable Nora as they hit the head of the lane. Mean Money still digging in. On the outside, Diamond Digger, though, has the best stride going, and Diamond Digger is now coasting to victory and drawing off to win by about 7. Second's gonna go to Mean Money. Well, maybe not. He didn't get there. Notable Nora got up to win the nod. Mean Money in third, and fourth to Favorite. And welcome back to Allen Paddock for race number 3. We're kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a maiden 5,000 claimer. 4 3-and-up maidens. They're going to go the mile distance. Stretch another nice 2-year-old out of the Michael Nault barn.
Absolutely. That as soon as you saw the 3 come up to the 4, the size difference was amazing. Now it's early, so the 4 certainly can grow. I think this 3 could be something special. I know it's only been one race, but watching it live, I could see just getting better as they went longer. And they're only going 5. Wait till this horse goes 5.5, 6.
And the breeding says all route, all over
exactly,
it. The mom and the dad side. So definitely this could be a real big one in the coming states races.
Absolutely, absolutely. So.
Okay, who do you like here in race number 3, kicking off the Jackpot Pick 5?
Yes, I'm going to start with the favorite, the 2 horse. I mentioned on ASD Live, the last race worries me a little bit, but the first race here at ASD tells me that this horse is a solid runner. I know the races that were at Gulfstream on the turf. Now it's on, at least the horse has had a couple starts, at least had a good start going around 2 turns. So I really do like that. It's a 4-year-old. There is a couple 3-year-olds in here and one 5-year-old mare. Based on the experience going around 2 turns, if you look at even the buyers at Gulfstream on the turf, those are pretty good. So it's better to go longer, and that's why I've got it as my top selection. Won't get any value. I'm not keying it in my pick 5. I'll go to my second selection, which is your before you get to your top one, and that's the 5. I mentioned about 5,000. Those races are actually pretty good for that level. Look at that 2 terms race. That horse has been running quite well and always competitive, and this horse is right there. And so we don't have that. And then the Muskoka, also decent for this level and wasn't too far off. So that's why I've got that horse in second, a bit of a contender anyway.
Well, and you get the services of Antonio Whitehall, who knows the track very well. I'm going to number 3, T-Class. I just see a few improvements happening on this horse. The 2, Nothing But a Blur, yes, should go off as the favorite at post time. This horse was in contention with it. Last time they ran together was only 4 3/4 of a length behind, but they've done an adjustment today and they've taken the blinkers off. I think what happened is after the Proven Reserve got beat by 25, running dead last by many, but that proved to be a real tough race. City Champ just kept on winning. Euro Silver Biz is a solid speed horse that won an Aqueduct. Flash of Glory ended up winning the Derby Trial, and then next time ran against Red Astaire and Major Shepherd. We do see Major Shepherd in race number 7, but going back to last year, this horse didn't wear blinkers, ran good at Lethbridge, ran second beat and a half, then went over to Century Mile, ran in a maiden 25,000 claimer, ran third beat in 7, but the winner won by 5 1/4 lengths. So it was only a length and 3/4 off a second money in there. So I think there's improvement to happen on T-Class. And Neville Stevenson was the regular rider last year. Now he jumps back on. So I see improvement in here because Nothing But a Blur, as you said, looked okay in the last 2 and is taking that maiden allowance drop. But I don't think this is a 1 to 5 horse at post time in here. I think it's a little more wide open than that.
I agree, and maybe the public's thinking the same thing, that it isn't a jump off. It's still sitting at 6 to 5. If it was, it'd be lower. The more, as you know, over the last couple of days, we've had some really good discussions in the paddock and talked about a speed horse the other day, Bite the Bullet Bro. We were comparing speed, came up. And now I am liking the 2 a little bit more, even though figures are down. Remember, it was against Snickers. Not a Doctor, who I like in the last race tonight, is also in special weight. So Snickers came back and ran a nice race yesterday with lower figures. So maybe it was just one of those, I don't know, strange race that didn't run a fast time, but was better than it appeared. So yeah, I'm sticking with the 2.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to get the pick 5 tonight, let's go over that. You're going to have to get Nothing But a Blur beaten here and Mr. Fallon. Looking at the next race, you got to get Miss Imperial beat. You got to get Marquis Well and Silver Spun in the 5th beat. You got to get Langara and Percibility and Carlos 6's beat. And in the last, as long as the 1 doesn't win, everything else is going to be pretty long odds. Those are tough horses to get beaten in the sequence. But if you started off with 2 or 3 of them, definitely you'll have a chance of getting all the money.
Yeah, you named all the big contenders. You're right. If those, all the ones that win, it doesn't pay that much. I think if you beat the 1 in the last, that would be big.
That's huge.
And even Miss Imperial, she's a low price, maybe with the 2 or the 6.
Yeah.
I think if the 1 wins, probably not, because that everybody sees that. It's there. I don't totally see it happening, that because there's a lot of, they're quality horses in those races that you're talking about. And so
it's going to be all about the trip.
Yeah, it will be on some of those races for sure, especially the stake race.
All right, let's go to our bets here in race number 3, kicking off that jackpot pick 5 stretch. You're going to start us off.
Okay, so we're both trying to beat the favorite. You've gone with the 3, that's fair. I've got 1 and 5, and then I'm trying to, looking for those long shots. I spent about what I spend, long shot with 2, 3, 4, 8 with the 1, 4. There's where I'm trying to beat the 1 a little bit to get the price, to potentially at least pay more. Still may not go on my ticket. But.
And myself, I tried to get to Major Shepherd in the last race, 2 tons, 4 tons, 4 times 3, because I just can't see him getting beat in that field in race number 7. So that's why I only spent $19.20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for our featured race on the card, the 36th running of the Escape Clause for older fillies and mares, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 1 mile for $9,400. Number 1 is Gotcha Brandy, owned by Gail Hochsteiner, trained by Martin Buffalo with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 2 is Nothing But a Blur, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, Leroy Nelson aboard. Number 3 is T-Class, owned and trained by Alan Brown, Neville Stevenson in the saddle. The 4 is Master Slam, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, Jorge Carreno gets the mount. Number 5, Mr. Fallon, owned by Right Attitude, Hillside Farms, Anderson Livestock Stable, WRA Ventures, Harvey Warner and Jay Jackson, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, King Cat, owned by Greg Honus and Bill Tucker, trained by Larry Sizik with Shamari Muir. Jackpot pick 5 wagering here in race number 3 should approach the $300,000 mark when they go to post in 7 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got a maiden claim here going a mile. There is not a lot of speed in here, so it's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse game. Who's going to send to the lead? I think maybe the 3 could try, but I'm going to stick with the 2. That maiden special weight dropper, a little better form, especially 2 back on the 3. That horse should get a nice stalking trip. If it runs back to the last race, or race 2 back, will be tough. If there is maybe a duel, maybe the sneaky 5 at 3-1 could sneak in the exacta, or maybe even upset the 2. So I've got it 2-5-3.
Yeah, stretch myself. I like number 3 T-Class. Gets that equipment change. Blinkers off where it ran much better last year without them. Neville Stevenson hops back aboard. That's why I went to the 3. If you're looking for the speed, it just might be number 6 King Cat. Does get Lasix for today after battling in a kind of tough non-winners or maiden 5,000 race. So if you're looking for bombs away, look at the 6. It's a wide open 3rd. Good luck. Gotcha, Brandy. The lone filly against the boys is the first to go in. Next up, Nothing But a Blur. Nothing But a Blur, the 3 to 5 choice, getting some help from the gate crew. And is now in. Next up, T-Class. Master Slam ready to take his position. 2 left to load. Mr. Fallon. And now just waiting on King Cat. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Nothing But a Blur. From the inside, T-Class. Showing a little bit of speed in between horses. Also Mr. Fallon. From the far outside, King Cat will now take over as the leader. As they pass the grandstand for the first time, Nothing But a Blur wants a piece of the engine and is also sitting in second. T-Class hugging the rail in third. Then it's Mr. Fallon and Gotcha Brandy. And well back to Master Slam, spotting the field 15 lengths early. The opening quarter, 25 seconds. King Cat has that advantage by a half a length. Nothing But a Blur putting on the pressure on the outside. Gotcha Brandy right in the thick of things, third. Then it's Mr. Fallon in fourth. T-Class is looking for a bit of room in fifth. And Master Slam still is the trailer. 51-1 to the half, and Nothing But a Blur is taking over the lead by 2. On the inside, Mr. Fallon. T-Class making a move from third. In between horses, Gotcha Brandy. Then it's King Cat, who has no more to offer, and Master Slam rallying from the back, 3/4, 17-1. They hit the head of the lane. Mr. Fallon with the lead. Nothing But a Blur trying to battle back. T-Class on the far outside. They're coming up to the 16th pole. T-Class with the best stride. Mr. Fallon not giving up. These two head bobbing to the wire, but T-Class is going to get it done. Second's going to go to Mr. Fallon. Third, Nothing But a Blur. And fourth, Gotcha Brandy. The Stewart's opposed to number 3, T-Class, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Mr. Fallon. Third to number 2, Nothing But a Blur. And fourth to number 1, Gotcha Brandy. They went the opening quarter, 25 seconds. The half, 51-1. 6 furlongs, 117-1. Time for the mile, 146. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, that's number 3, T-Class. T-Class is a big gelding, 3 years old by T-Man, out of the mare Classy Prospect by Magic Prospect. Owned and trained by Alan Brown, and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the mile, 1:46. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. It's our featured race on the card, the 36th running of the Escape Clause for older fillies and mares. Tackling the mile distance, there are no changes. But we will carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, scratch number 4, Eagle Blind. That's race number 5, scratch the 4, Eagle Blind. There are no changes in race 6 or race number 7. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They go to post in 22 minutes. As they pass the grandstand for the first time, Nothing But a Blur wants a piece of the engine and is also sitting in second. T-Class hugging the rail in third. Then it's Mr. Fallon and Gotcha Brandy. And well back to Master Slam, spotting the field 15 lengths early. The opening quarter, 25 seconds. King Cat has that advantage by a half a length. Nothing But a Blur putting on the pressure on the outside. Gotcha Brandy right in the thick of things, third. Then it's Mr. Fallon in fourth. T-Class is looking for a bit of room in fifth. And Master Slam still is the trailer. 51-1 to the half, and Nothing But a Blur is taking over the lead by 2. On the inside, Mr. Fallon. T-Class making a move from third. In between horses, Gotcha Brandy. Then it's King Cat, who has no more to offer, and Master Slam rallying from the back, 3/4, 17-1. They hit the head of the lane. Mr. Fallon with the lead. Nothing But a Blur trying to battle back. T-Class on the far outside. They're coming up to the 16th pole. T-Class with the best stride. Mr. Fallon not giving up. These two head bob into the wire, but T-Class is gonna get it done. Second's gonna go to Mr. Fallon. Third, Nothing But a Blur. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. Time to kick off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with our featured race on the card, the 36th running of the Escape Clause for older fillies and mares going the 1 mile distance. Miss Imperial, she is the queen after winning 2 in a row, winning the La Vérendrye and the Canada Day Stakes. But both of us, we don't think it's as easy as just a key here in race number 4. Special welcome to TVG joining us here in race number 4. So far, we've had a couple of favorites and a third favorite in the last race. No biases going on for your handicapping of the pick 4. Starting it off like that, Stretch, who do you like?
Well, 5 is my top selection. 1 to 5 is far too low for this field. Some of them are back in this race, and Miss Imperial's beat 3 or 4 of them. We've got a few new ones into the mix, which is great. We've got 7 horses in the stake race. They're going the mile, stretching it out a little bit longer. The 5 is of course the horse to beat. She is, as you said, the queen right now. You made some good points, and even though it's my top selection, not keying it in the pick 4, which is a great sequence, by the way, is I think that, as you do, the 1 is going to go to the lead and be potentially the controlling speed. If it's not the controlling speed, maybe that's the 5 pressing the 1. And so you've got to watch. You've got Zentino, who hasn't ridden here much this year just yet. He was here last year. You just look at his record. He's already almost 50% in the money. He is a good rider, races at Century Mile. The 5's going to have to chase, stalk, press, and take over. And so if the 1 has enough left, it's going to take a little more work for the 5 to take over. Obviously, the talent on the 5 is there. Price, it's a no question you're going to the 1. Talk about your 1 there, Kirt.
Well, Cypress Point did all the dirty work, as I said last time out. Cypress Point persistent. They battled every step of the way. Miss Imperial stalked, took over. But DARPA came with a nice little run at the end, too. And Miss Imperial really wasn't gearing down like a lot of times when you open up, you're gearing down as you know you are coming to the wire. So DARPA went. But I just don't see anybody going with Cypress Point today. And I think that could be real dangerous. The last time this horse did shake free, it was a wire-to-wire win. Yes, it was 5 furlongs on the turf for a $15,000 tag. But some horses just get really brave when they do get loose. And that's what I think Cypress Point is going to do with that rail draw. Jerry Gorno, he does have 3 in here. So you know he's going to want a part of the front end with one of them. And Cypress Point is the one that's going to do that. I think the big breather in the middle, it's going to get. And if Miss Imperial, who's on the outside today, she's going to go after maybe early. And if she does do that, whoever is sitting on the golden rail, we keep saying that, but that rail trip we seen last race, even though it was the cheap class, T-class sat on the rail until the 3/8 pole when it was forced to go around horses, but it still got that ground-saving trip. So that could be DARPA in here getting that trip, or even Dixie Mo, who does have a little bit of early speed that it has showed at Oaklawn Park and Lone Star, and even previously at Remington. But I really like Cypress Point in here. Miss Imperial, of course, 1 to 5. She deserves to be 1 to 5, but the race shape just might not be what she wants. As they go farther, I don't think that she is as much of a bear as she is going around the 6 to 7.5 range. So that's why I'm taking Cypress Point with the Miss Imperial and DARPA. Anything else to add, Stretch, in here?
You've made some points. The other invader we haven't talked about that's coming in is second Grace, coming from Canterbury. I've got a couple figures. The works are pretty good coming in. Might not be up to this level, but is an unknown. So we don't know. There, it was claimed for 10. It was in for 20 at Canterbury. There's some allowance races back at Turf Paradise. It's
definitely runs good at a run of ground, because it was 20 cents on the dollar in a claiming condition race. for 16,000, even though it was a 4-horse field. Still walked on him by 5, so this definitely could be another one. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Both chasing after the pick 4. Stretch, what is that?
I've got 2 tickets. So Mitch has found
He
room.
made too much money yesterday.
Yeah.
Stretch, 6 out of 7 wagers he cashed yesterday, just under $1,000. That's why he's investing straight back.
Okay, so I've got 2 pick 4 tickets because it'll start with the big one. Just like you, I don't think the 5 is a cinch. I've got 1, 5, and 6, the 2 speed, the 6 is the closer. I've got a bunch in the next leg, the 3 main contenders just like you do, taking a bit of a chance trying to beat the 4 because I know there's going to be a price. The second ticket is if the favorites come in, I'm not going to get my ticket back. So I've got the key of the 5, I've got all, why not, don't want to leave any out, then the 2 and 4, and then the 1's going to be the favorite. The second ticket is only $14. That's got to help me if all the favorites come in to cover my 104.
All right, I'm only spending 36. I'm taking 4 horses, 3 horses, 3 horses, and then taking the big chalk in the last Major Shepherd. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured race here in race number 4. It's a 36 running of the Escape Clause. They're going to go 1 mile for $35,000. Number 1 is Cypress Point, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 2 is DARPA, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Richard Mangley. Number 3 is Bonita Rapids, owned and trained by Kevin Oberhauser, Leroy Nelson aboard. Number 4 is Second Grace, owned by Purple Rose Ranch, trained by Stephen Gaskin, with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Miss Imperial, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Dixie Mo, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickadas. Rounding out the field is number 7, Kick a Little Booty, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Antonio Whitehall. Following the running of the Escape Clause, our very own CEO, Darren Dunn, will make a presentation to the winning connections. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we kick off the pick 4 with a nice stake race. We do have a big favorite. Everybody's starting to look for something else, and why wouldn't you at 1 to 5? She is our top mare at ASD, especially this year. She's won her last 2 impressively. She's able to come off the pace a little bit. If she does sit back and let the 1 go, maybe that's the upset. It's just going to be tough. If there is a duel and the 1 and 5 go, 6 would be my choice to upset at 6 to 1, but I'll stick with the 5 to win it again. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm going to take a shot in here. That number 1 Cypress Point does get a loose and easy lead. There is no persistent in this race to push it every step of the way, so I think it might be able to get out there, control the fractions, slow them down. If you see a 49.5, definitely Cypress Point will be there in the end. Good luck here in the escape clause. Cypress Point leads the fillies and mares into the starting 8. Next up will be DARPA. Bonita Rapids ready to take her spot. Second Grace, the Canterbury Invader, steps in. Now the 1 to 5 choice, Miss Imperial. Two left to load, Dixie Mo. And now just waiting on Kick a Little Booty on the outside. They're all set, they're at the post. And they're off in the escape clause. Breaking a little slow was DARPA. Headed straight out to the front end. Cypress Point will be the early controller of the speed. On the outside, Miss Imperial is going to do a little stalking in here. Second Grace is moving up in third in between horses. Kick a Little Booty. On the outside in fourth, then it's Bonita Rapids, Dixie Mo, and DARPA. The early trailer, only 7 off the lead. 25-2 the opening quarter. Very reserved as Cypress Point and Miss Imperial both start to do battle as Miss Imperial goes on by, takes the advantage by 3/4 of a length. Back to second, Cypress Point. Second Grace still there in third, making a move on the far outside. DARPA, then it's Dixie Mo, back to Bonita Rapids and Kick a Little Booty. The half 50-3. Miss Imperial now engaged again by Cypress Point. DARPA has been watching the action in third and trying to gain ground. They've opened up about 6 on the field. 3/4 in 1:15. Miss Imperial has now taken over at the head of the lane, and she's up by 2. Fighting back on the inside, Cypress Point. DARPA back in third. Miss Imperial. She's finding another gear at the 16th pole, but not shedding Cypress Point. But Miss Imperial will take the escape clause. Cypress Point second best. Third's going to go to DARPA, and fourth to Dixie Mo. The stewards have posted number 5, Miss Imperial as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Cypress Point. Third to number 2, DARPA. And fourth to number 6, Dixie Mo. They went the opening quarter 25-2. The half 50-3. 6 furlongs, 1:15. Time for the mile, 1:42-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, the 36th running of the Escape Clause. That's number 5, Miss Imperial. Miss Imperial is a dark bear, brown mare, 5 years old, by McLean's Music. Under the mare Miss Cappy by Skip Trial. Owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the mile, 1:42.4. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand our CEO, Darren Dunn, to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Stanley Chady Jr., who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Scratch number 4, Eagle Vine. That's in this, the 5th race. Scratch number 4, Eagle Vine. Post time for race number 5, 19 minutes away. And they're off in the Escape Clause. Breaking a little slow was DARPA. Headed straight out to the front end. Cypress Point will be the early controller of the speed. On the outside, Miss Imperial is going to do a little stalking in here. Second Grace is moving up in third in between horses. Kick a little booty. On the outside in fourth, then it's Bonita Rapids, Dixie Mo and DARPA. The early trailer, only 7 off the lead. 25-2 the opening quarter. Very reserved as Cypress Point and Miss Imperial both start to do battle as Miss Imperial goes on by, takes the advantage by 3/4 of a length. Back to second, Cypress Point, Second Grace. Still there in third, making a move on the far outside, DARPA, then it's Dixie Mo, back to Bonita Rapids and Kick a Little Booty. The half 50-3. Miss Imperial now engaged again by Cypress Point. DARPA has been watching the action in third and trying to gain ground. They've opened up about 6 on the field. 3/4 in 1:15. Miss Imperial has now taken over at the head of the lane, and she's up by 2. Fighting back on the inside, Cypress Point. DARPA back in third. Miss Imperial. She's finding another gear at the 16th pole, but not shedding Cypress Point. But Miss Imperial will take the Escape Clause. Cypress Point second best. Third's gonna go to DARPA, and fourth to Dixie Mo. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Eaglebine. And a special welcome again to TVG and all their viewers. Stretch, what do you have in race 5?
Well, let's just quickly recap that exciting stake race. Very good ride by Zentino on the 1. Did everything he could to try and get that horse across wire first. Imperial was just better. Just thought it was such a smart ride, bit of cat and mouse. And
Stanley Chady Jr. now 8 wins over the 3 days, and he had the early daily double on Monday and Tuesday, and those were his first 2 rides. He gets the early daily double by himself in race 2 and 4. But great job by Stanley Chady.
For sure. Speaking of great job, your race call was excellent. 5 of the 7 horses are wearing yellow, and so that was
it always makes it interesting when Henry Witt has some in there. You got Murray Duncan, and then you have the Association Silks on the 4.
For sure.
Always a fun time.
Oh, and did a good race call. Okay, race 5. Another great race. Yeah, maybe not a stake race. Some of these were on the fringes of some stake races, or could take a chance at that. I just found this another great race to continue in the sequence that pretty much everybody would be alive in the pick 4. I went to the 7 horse, who actually is getting bet a little more than expected. I thought this horse was the speed of the speed and is the speed. Had to duel with some absolute speed balls in there, and dealing with St. Louis Guy, who's our top older horse, I would say, here, that's been just winning races. I think he's already won 3 this year.
Yep.
3. So right to the lead. I don't see any pure speed. There is some other speed. You know, Hazim can show a bit of speed. Mana Blues likes to move up, be close, and take over.
Not Major Munning's speed.
No, absolutely not. So it's a different kind of speed. And yesterday we discussed it, and that's what I feel that this horse is major speed. Hence Major Money's play on words. That's terrible. His terrible humor. That's my top pick. Kirt, you have a different top pick, so because you see it a little differently.
Yeah, I see Major Munnings go to the front end, but I just don't think he can get the 6 furlongs. He's won only 2 out of 13, but I think he has those distance limitations, and this is a tough one. So I went to the outside horse, number 8, Silver Spun. I really liked this horse last time out. Made a rally up the rail, but ran out of gas and lost by a length as Marquis Well came up the outside and got them all. Hazim stuck around for second, but Silver Spun was off for a month, had 3 5/8 works, now comes back on shorter rest with 1 5 furlong work. And the best thing is, Silver Spun is on the outside, and all the major wins that this horse has had and all the big races, it was an outside rallier. So I think that's going to be the key to the 8 Silver Spun. So I like that one on top, and we both like Marquis Well. How can you not? Going for 4 in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good thing to pay attention. Some horses don't like the rail, some do, and your selection, good point there. Yeah, the one's just running well, looking for 4 in a row. I've got to mention Mana Blues. That's my second pick here. This horse had the wake-up last race, really impressed me. If you look back at last year, this horse went on and won a bunch of races, always in the money. Think I can sneak a price in there, not leaving it out. Got it in all my sequence bets. That's why I don't. And the last, really quick, his Hazim is a horse you always take 35 to 1.
Lasix last time.
Yes, improved.
Might have been the key.
Might be the key at 40 to 1. May not win, but could be in the price at the longest shot on the board.
I agree. You even throw in number 3, Doc's Class Act. So this is wide open here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got? Well, you geared down from $104 to $18.
Yeah, I do like I almost made a win bet on the 7, but I like this. The 6 is an angle, 7's got the speed. 1 is just a hard trier. I don't like the price on the 1, but $3 exact, the box 167.
I am absolutely giggling at my price right now. 9 to 1 on Silver Spun. I'm going 20 to win. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Marquee Well, owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Red Astaire, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Doc's Class Act, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chegades. Number 4, Eaglebind was scratched. Number 5 is Hazim, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Richard Mangale. Number 6 is Mana Blues, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 7 is Major Munnings, owned by Garth Grider and Violet Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 8, Silver Spun, owned by My Three Nieces Stable, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. Post time for race number 5, 6 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we had an exciting stake race going a mile. This allowance, optional allowance, is going 6. I think there's potential of just as much excitement going on in here. Lots of good, talented horses in here. I've decided to go with the speed, which is a bit of dropping speed. Doesn't have the speed to duel with it as it did in the previous races. Sure, this horse should clear. Can he get the distance? I'm hoping so. And then after that, a couple of the long shot is the 6. The wake-up horse for me is Mana Blues. Woke up last time. This horse does have a middle move. Watch out if he can clear if the 7 quits. 7-6 for me, Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I think there is speed with Major Munnings. He's going to clear, but I just don't think he's going to get the distance, so I'm going to a closer in here. I went to number 8, Silver Spun, 5-1 on the board. Last time out, rallied up the inside, was right there at the 16th pole, but didn't have that extra punch. Now comes back on shorter rest, and this horse loves the outside, draws outside. I think that's the key. Good luck here in race 5. Marky Well, the current 8-5 choice, the first to load. Next up, Red Astaire. Doc's Class Act set to move in. Next up, Hazim. Now Mana Blue's turn. 2 left to load. Major Munnings. And now just waiting on Silver Spun. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, Major Munnings shows the early speed, but so does Hazim. And these two are doing some early battle. Mana Blues is a stalker in third. Silver Spun on the outside in fourth. Coming up the rail, Red Astaire on the inside of Doc's Class Act. And the early trailer will be Marquee Well. The opening quarter, a slow 24 seconds. Major Munnings loving the lead by 2. On the outside, Silver Spun has pulled the trigger early and goes to engage Major Munnings. On the rail, Hazim to the far outside, Doc's Class Act, and Marquee Well is rallying from the back of the field. The half 47-1. Major Munnings spins out of the turn with the lead. On the inside, Hazim to the outside. Silver Spun coming with the run with Doc's Class Act, and Marquee Well on the far outside with the best stride. Doc's Class Act is digging in though. Doc's Class Act is going to take it. Marquee Well in second. Third's going to go to Hazim. And fourth to Major Munnings. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds, the half 47-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-4. Results of the photo, the winner number 3, Doc's Class Act. Second goes to number 1, Marquee Well. Third to number 5, Hazim. And fourth to number 7, Major Munnings. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, that's number 3, Doc's Class Act. Doc's Class Act is a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Silver City, out of the mare Kitty Came Home by Came Home. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickadas. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-4. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Kicking off late daily double here in race number 6. And they're off. From the outside, Major Munnings shows the early speed, but so does Hazim. And these two are doing some early battle. Mana Blues is a stalker in 3rd. Silver Spun on the outside in 4th. Coming up the rail, Red Astaire on the inside of Doc's Class Act. And the early trailer will be Marquis Well. The opening quarter, a slow 24 seconds. Major Munnings loving the lead by 2. On the outside, Silver Spun has pulled the trigger early and goes to engage Major Munnings. On the rail, Hazim to the far outside, Doc's Class Act, and Marquis Well is rallying from the back of the field. The half 47-1. Major Munnings spins out of the turn with the lead. On the inside, Hazim to the outside. Silver Spun coming with the run with Doc's Class Act. And Marquis Well on the far outside with the best stride. Doc's Class Act is digging in though. Doc's Class Act is going to take it. Marquis Well in 2nd. 3rd's going to go to Hazim. And 4th to Major Munnings. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for another allowance optional $10,000 claimer. For the boys 3 and up, they're going to tackle the 1 mile distance, kicking off late double wagering. Again, a special welcome to TVG and all their viewers. Stretch, who do you like in race 6? That was actually a great ride by Sheldon Chickness in the last on Doc's Class Act.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Kurt. Yeah, really good ride, waited, patient, made the move late, and another 3-time winner gets beat in this week. But yeah, it was a great race. We've had a bunch, and we've got another good one coming up here. This one, similar condition, now going a mile, which I like. And to get such big fields, which is nice, or not big, but at least a good betting size field. I'm going to start the same horse that we have, and it's one of your favorite horses, and you've made a bunch of money on Langara before. You know what? You get to go. This is your horse.
All right, Langara, this is a horse that needs the lead to win. It can go fast early and get a breather. This is an old classy guy. I loved this horse last time out, but in the middle of the race, Gold Buyer went after it, and Stanley Chady Jr. was aboard, and then he started riding at the 3/8 pole, and he only got beat by a half a length in the end as Gold Buyer started fading down the lane. If he was able to wait near the head of the lane, there was no way they were going to beat Langara. There is a couple other speed horses in here, the 2 Percibility and the 7 McKeag. Number 2 Percibility banged heads with Langara last year in the Phil Kivas, which was a 3-horse field, and these things just rattled around there. 46 and 3 to the half, 112. And then McKeag, the only other horse in the race, sat back and was giggling and passed tired horses down the lane. Percibility has had problems getting out of the gate in its last 2 starts, where Langara bobbled a little bit at the start last time out, but still made the lead real easy. Antonio Whitehall knows Langara really well. I like that he's jumping back on. So I see a win-win situation. If you see Langara on the front end, the half goes in 49. Just start smiling, because I think then the race will be over.
So there, you should be heading to the wicket to cash your ticket, you're saying, at that time?
Well, yeah, but most people are betting online right now, so
true.
I don't know, maybe you can head to the fridge and eat a little more, because you're going to have extra money in your pocket in the end.
All right, that's interesting. Okay, Percibility, game horse, likes to win races. Has been a little bit, last race was a little bit over its head, I thought. Just still ran a nice race. You get Carino up, which I like. This horse is going to, I think you're going to have to stalk. I think this horse has got to stalk just behind. I don't think you want to get in an all-out duel with Langara, and then both are nowhere. So that was my second selection. I think if he races, sits just behind and then makes the move. We're both on the 8, and that's how when I take sequence bets, I've got to run a few scenarios of how a race might go. And in case 2 and 4 battle up front, I need a closer. So you got to be careful. You don't want to take all closers or all speed if you're in your sequence bets. And I think this is the best closer of the bunch. It's got some back class last year at the end of last year at Remington. Showed some closing there. RJ Spears, again, we mentioned how tough that race was. With St. Louis Guy, you get Zentino, who we saw already have a great ride. Didn't win in the stakes race, but gave that horse every chance to win. So that is my 3rd selection.
Yeah, another horse to look at in here, number 5, Cabin John. 2 outs ago, wasn't even on the map early on. 9th by 14, and rallied really well to be beaten by 6 3/4 in the end. But the next time, I said this horse would be on the lead. And a lot of people thought that my Coca-Cola maybe had some rum in it, and Cabin John did go to the lead and tried to steal it. Cabin John doesn't have enough speed to make it in here. That race never had a lot of speed, and that's why he was there. Expect a late rally out of Cabin John, so he might be able to get up and get a piece of things.
Yeah, that's a good point. We talk about changing forms or trying something different, and also understanding the difference between a Langara speed and Cabin John, or who was in the race. My figures have Langara about 8 to 9 lengths, a good 8 lengths anyway, faster on the first first quarter. So you're right there. Gold Buyer used to be a bit of a stakes horse last year and was competitive, gets claimed to Wendy Anderson. She's had a really good meet. This horse is going to be sitting just back. 11 to 1's a fair value. Again, if you get the right potential duel, maybe that horse can maybe finish at least in the try. The horse likes to be in the money and has some talent for sure.
Yeah, and another add-on, number 7, McKeag, taking a little money at 7 to 1, stretches out, and this horse has done well when it does stretch out. Won the JW Sifton easily by 10, and also ran good in a first level allowance, battling it out with rolling 7s. This one will be placed forward in the race. Probably will be sitting about 3rd or 4th, which could be a great spot to be in if McKeag is hugging the rail. So that's another one. But let's go to our bets here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you got?
A simple win bet on your horse, Kirt. Just 20 to win on the 4, gate to wire.
All right, and I got him on top too. I'm going the $20 late double. 4 and 1. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6. We'll see you back for race 7. Kicking off Jackpot High 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 1 mile for $14,700. Number 1 is E2 Babu, owned by Lloyd Dietz and Cal Britton, trained by Cal Britton with Richard Mangoli. Number 2 is Percibility, owned by Manny Miaderos and John Clement, trained by Jim Donnelly with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Gold Buyer, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Langara, owned by Dale Henry, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Cabin John, owned by Dale Henry, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Caleb Pizarro. The 6 is Plum Lucky, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 7 is McKeag, owned by Nirko, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 8, Carlos Sixes, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Garno with Rafael Zentino Jr. Post time for race number 6, 5 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
We are back going a mile, 2 turns, another allowance, optional claimer. I'm going to go right to the speed of the race. Speed has done well or on near the lead going a distance tonight, and that's Langara. This horse is a need the lead and usually gets the lead. If he gets any breather, watch out, he's going to be tough to beat. Even when he gets pressed, he really digs in. We got Antonio up, like how he rides. He's going to be tough to beat. 2 will be the chaser, so I've got it 4-2.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you here with number 4, Langara. All I say was the key to this one, if the half mile goes in 49-3, 49-4, and you see Langara with 2-length lead, it'll be over then. And I think Langara will clear in here. Antonio Whitehall on top knows the horse better than anybody. This is the horse to beat here in race number 6. E2 Babu, the 3-year-old, the first one in the gate. Next up, Perceability. Gold Buyer now steps up and in. Langara's turn. Now Cabin John. Next up, Plum Lucky. Two left to load. McKeag. And now just waiting on Carlos Sixes. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling a bit at the start was Langara, but recovered nicely to go straight after the early lead. On the outside, McKeag is going to get positioning on the outside in second, back in third. Gold Buyer on the rail. Cabin John fourth on the outside. Carlos Sixes in fifth. Coming up the rail, E2 Babu, Plum Lucky, and the trailer, Perceability. The off-spinning quarter, 24-3. Antonio Whitehall and Langara with that lead by a length. McKeag still on the outside with a little bit of pressure. Gold Buyer hugging the rail in third. Cabin John fourth on the outside. Now moving up, Perceability in fifth. E2 Babu. And then another length back to Carlos Sixes and Plum Lucky. They're trailing by about 8. The half in 50 seconds. Langara still in control by a half a length. McKeag trying to go after him. 3 wide. Cabin John in the mix. Perceability watching the action. Right in behind them, ready to make a move. Then it's Gold Buyer and E2 Babu and Carlos Sixes on the rail. They hit the head of the lane and it's 5 across the track. Langara has that short lead. Trying to get through. Gold Buyer, who now does. Gold Buyer shoots through at the 16th pole and is gone on the field. Gold Buyer's going to win by 4. Second's going to go to McKeag. Look like third, E2 Babu, and fourth to Carlos Sixes. The Stewart's opposed to number 3, Gold Buyer, as a race winner. Second goes to number 7, McKeag. Third to number 1, E2 Babu. And fourth to number 8, Carlos Sixes. They went the opening quarter 24-3. The half 50 seconds. 3 quarters 1:15. Time for the mile 1:42. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 6, that's number 3, Gold Buyer. Gold Buyer is a Grey-Roan gelding, 5 years old by My Golden Song, out of the mare Most Magic by Magic Cat. Owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to unofficial victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the mile, 1:42. Congratulations goes out to jockey Neville Stevenson, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Neville Stevenson. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. The jackpot high 5 carryover, just under $58,000. They go to post in 20 minutes. And they're off. Stumbling a bit at the start was Langara, but recovered nicely. Go straight after the early lead. On the outside, McKeag is going to get positioning on the outside in second, back in third. Gold Buyer on the rail. Cabin John, fourth on the outside. Carlos Six is in fifth. Coming up the rail, E2 Babu, Plum Lucky, and the trailer, Persability. The oak spinning quarter, 24-3. Antonio Whitehall and Langara with that lead by a length. McKeag still on the outside with a little bit of pressure. Gold Buyer hugging the rail in third. Cabin John, fourth on the outside. Now moving up, Persability in fifth. E2 Babu. Then another length back to Carlos Sixes and Plum Lucky. They're trailing by about 8. The half in 50 seconds. Langara still in control by a half a length. McKeag trying to go after him, 3 wide. Cabin John in the mix. Persability watching the action. Right in behind them, ready to make a move. Then it's Gold Buyer and E2 Babu, and Carlos Six is on the rail. They hit the head of the lane, and it's 5 across the track. Langara has that short lead, trying to get through. Gold Buyer, who now does. Gold Buyer shoots through at the 16th pole and is gone on the field. Gold Buyer's going to win by 4. Second's going to go to McKeag. Look like third, E2 Babu, and fourth to Carlos Sixes. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had a claim to report. Claim for $10,000 was number 4 Langara, claimed by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms trainer Lise Pruitt. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7 for this allowance race. 4 3-and-up maidens. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Jackpot high five wagering as we welcome TVG and all their viewers once again. That carryover over $57,000. Stretch, what do you like in the nightcap?
Well, just back another good ride in that last race, just kind of the patient ride in there.
Neville Stevenson sitting on the rail. That thing is golden if you can keep it.
It is, and then a couple trip notes. You may want to watch the replay on Percivality, kind of lost all chance, and then shuffled and was wide out there. And then McKaig ran a big race going a distance and
really
not getting
good
the
race.
lead. So things to make note. We expected this 1 to 5 shot coming in. We all have the horse selected on top, as do many. The figures are quite a bit ahead of everybody in this field. There's no question about that. Ran a huge race in the Derby Trial last week, just over a week ago. Ran almost too good of a race to lose. The horse ran so well. Like you said, 2 back on ASD Live. The horse came off the pace, which is impressive after the slow start when it's always been a speed horse.
And it was a speed favoring racetrack that day also.
Yeah, agree. Everything looks like this horse should absolutely crush. I wouldn't play him at 1 to 5. The only small hesitation is such a tough race in the Derby Trial and now coming right back. So sometimes the trainer will get the horse ready for the stake race or the Derby Trial, and now he comes back. He is in the post 1, which for whatever reason isn't always a great breaking spot at ASD, but like you said, he closed on after a poor start. Anything to add on the 1 that you...
No, I just think that this horse is much the best in this field. He can go any which way he wants. If XI Kid wants to gun to the front with Call the Cops maybe also, and Backstreet's back, if those all want to go out, Major Shepherd, he can just sit on the outside of them, and I expect him to make his move by the quarter pole and by the head of the lane. I expect him to be right in the thick of things, and I think he's going to pull away and actually win by many.
Yeah, and that I agree with you. I think the move would probably be to just sit off with that other speed that I don't think can get the distance. A horse I do like quite a bit for second, and you'll see in my tickets coming up, is Not a Doctor. This horse didn't have a great start, and then was starting to make a move, and then kind of the jockey had to kind of steer the horse to an opening, and you never want to steer a horse. You just want to let the horse run, and that cost a few lengths, and the horse was getting to it. Mr. Snickers came back and ran a big race on Tuesday. So even though the time isn't very fast, the figures are a little light as compared to the 1. I think this horse has to gain about 5 lengths, and maybe the 1 has to decline a bit for the 4 to beat. But the horse only had 1 start. Every reason to improve. I really like this horse as for me, a standout second best horse in the race. And if something goes wrong with the 1, I think the 4 can win.
Yeah, I think the 4 definitely has a lot of upside getting that first start under the belt. and now maybe the top effort will come. But for second, I'm going to number 6, Devil's Time. Sure, it lost last time to number 4, Not a Doctor, but broke slow out of the gate, was well back when Not a Doctor was about 5 lengths ahead. In the end, they were only separated by 2 lengths. And Devil's Time, I think, is one of the better ones in here. You're getting 35 to 1 right now. He did run third behind Major Shepherd last time out, or beaten by 7 3/4 when he ran third. Red Astaire won that race, came back to win the allowance non-2-lifer, so I like him. Number 8, Call the Cops, is another one to look at. This horse might steal it on the front end. Last time out, opened up and then was beaten by Impressive Sense, who last night beat Mr. Snickers in the allowance non-2-lifer as the 4 to 5 choice. So Call the Cops 5 to 1. Could that be the one to steal it? Or does Major Shepherd make Call the Cops pay for it?
Yeah, great question. You're right. Maybe the 8 can get away and steal it. I think that's how that horse runs. That was a big race last time. I was losing hope on Call the Cops on the previous couple races. I didn't think the horse should have run that poorly, and then a big bounce back. So maybe they figured out that horse that much better. Repeat effort makes the horse tough.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Maybe also look at number 5, Backstreet's Back. Went 7 furlongs last time out and made a middle move, but really showed nothing after. Gets the cutback in distance today. Maybe that'll help the horse.
Yeah, the cutbacks, I always like that kind of angle. Needs to certainly improve. The races at Golden Gate on the synthetic are pretty good.
And Golden Gate horses did do very well here so far. Let's go to our bets. Stretch. What do you got here?
Now I've got a superfecta, the 1-4 with the 1-4 with the 6. You picked it straight yesterday. I'm going with the superfecta and hitting the all underneath, so I don't have to worry in the photos for the 4th.
$12. You made almost $1,000 yesterday in your bet, Stretch. All right.
You know what? You've guilted me in. I got a bit of change in my pocket. It's a song, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what? Best brother. Best off today. She had enough of me. Let's double that up. Let's double it up. $2 superfecta wheel, $2, and I'll spend $24.
All right, there we go. And myself, I'm going for a $5 tractor wheel. I'm taking the one on top with the 4-6 with 5 horses on the bottom. That'll cost you $50 or $40. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7, and we'll see you back Monday, 6:45 Central. For ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1 is Major Shepherd, owned by Kenneth Amthor, trained by Gordon Amthor with Richard Mangley. Number 2 is XI Kid, owned by Pat Honus, trained by Larry Sizik with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Runaway Hurricane, owned by All In Racing Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Sheldon Chickanis. Number 4 is Not a Doctor, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Craig Smith with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Backstreet's Back, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Devil's Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson, Rafael Zentino Jr. aboard. Number 7 is Guaranteed Delivery, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Dwight Lewis. Number 8 is Call the Cops, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out the field is number 9, Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Jorge Carreño. Jackpot High Five wagering. Here in race number 7, they go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, final race of the week. We're going 6 furlongs. It's maiden special weight. It's not the usual last race. Could there be a surprise in this race? I don't think so. I've got the figures on the one. Pretty solid in here. Very game race last time. Struggled 2 back. Could go to the lead. Might just sit just off behind some of the other speed. That would make him a tough horse to beat. My other horse with a small upside is the 4, Not a Doctor. Didn't get a great first lifetime start. Should be off the pace. Pick up the pieces late. 1-4, maybe 4-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like both of your selections. I like the one to win the race. He looks like an obvious choice. Not a Doctor, that troubled trip, but I like the 6-horse Devil's Time. Also not a great trip last time out. Did finish with some late run down the lane. Has run behind Major Shepherd a couple outs ago. Running third, he was well beaten, but I like him in here. The exacta right now, 25 for $1. That's what I like here in race 7.
Post time!
Major Shepherd, the 4-5 choice, leads him in for the nightcap. XI Kid goes in. Now Runaway Hurricane's turn. Not a Doctor steps up. Backstreet's Back will be next. Devil's Time set to go in. He's going to get a little help from the gate crew. Now he's in. Guaranteed delivery. Walks right up and in. 2 left to load. Call the cops. And now just waiting on Peb on the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Braking a little slow was Backstreet's Back and Runaway Hurricane. Straight to the front end on the inside. That's Major Shepherd. Not a Doctor. Away well also. Putting on the pressure in between horses. 3 wide. Call the Cops. XI Kid, 2 lengths back, watching the action. Then another 3. It's going to be Devil's Time with Guaranteed Delivery. Then it's another 2 lengths, Rallying as a Pair. That's going to be Backstreet's Back and Peb. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds, 3 across the track. On the inside, Major Shepherd, not a Doctor in between horses. To the far outside, Call the Cops. They've got 4 lengths on a Rallying XI Kid and Peb on the far outside. They hit the head of the lane. The leader, Major Shepherd, Call the Cops. Relentless in the pursuit on the outside. Peb is making a late rally inside the 16th pole. Major Shepherd trying to hang on, and it looks like he's gonna do it. Very close for a second as Peb made a good rally on the outside. Call the Cops in 3rd and 4th to Devil's Time. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 46 and 2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14 and 2. Results of the photo show number 1, Major Shepherd, was your race winner. 2nd goes to number 9, Peb. 3rd to number 8, Call the Cops. And 4th to number 5, Backstreet's Back. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 1, Major Shepherd. Major Shepherd is a dark bear, brown gelding, 3 years old, by Trap Shot. Out of the mare Heather's Feather by Dixie Union. Owned by Kenneth Amthor, trained by Gordon Amthor, and ridden to victory by Richard Mangoli. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14 and 2. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Backstreet's Back and Runaway Hurricane. Straight to the front end on the inside, that's Major Shepherd. Not a Doctor, away well also. Putting on the pressure in between horses. 3 wide, Call the Cops. XI Kid, 2 lengths back, watching the action. Then another 3. It's going to be Devil's Time with Guaranteed Delivery. Then it's another 2 lengths, Rallying as a Pair. That's going to be Backstreet's Back and Peb. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds, 3 across the track. On the inside, Major Shepherd, Not a Doctor in between horses. To the far outside, Call the Cops. They've got 4 lengths on a Rallying XI Kid and Peb on the far outside. They hit the head of the lane. The leader, Major Shepherd, Call the Cops, relentless in the pursuit on the outside. Peb is making a late rally inside the 16th pole. Major Shepherd trying to hang on, and it looks like he's gonna do it. Very close for a second as Peb made a good rally on the outside. Call the Cops in third and fourth to Devil's Time.